And hello and welcome. Today is day number 2 of the official convention, number 37 for the WBO. And we're here live from San Juan, Puerto Rico, right here in the Royal Sonesta Hotel. And as usual, with the great company of my friend and partner in crime, Ricardo Celis. Ricardo, we're starting the day with a smash.
With this match, we had a great breakfast here in
Yes, we
Puerto
did.
Rico, and the second day today. See, yesterday was a great day. We had great interviews here in the podcast, JABS in the podcast with the WBO, and we also did the weigh in for the fights tonight. They're gonna happen tonight in Humacao, Puerto Rico.
It was a very special day because we had the appearance of somebody that came to bat last minute,
Yes.
all the way from Peru. But let's take a quick look. This is precisely El Chulo, who's going to be our main event, and his face to face with the gentleman that showed up last minute. And we're talking about a gentleman that flew all the way from Peru, Ricardo Cacique Astubilca.
Astubilca, yeah, a boxer who is with the record of 23-2 and 5 knockouts. He weighed yesterday at what was the weight? 108 pounds. Yeah,
And he flew.
he flew.
So he
yeah,
was over 2 pounds. And as usual, by law, he was given an hour to make weight. And the most fantastic thing is that they were going to give him a little bit of grace period because of the fact that he was flying
Correct.
24 hours to make it here to the fight. Of course, last minute call. And he said, no, I'll make it. He lost 2 pounds in an hour to make sure he made weight and was on time to come to the ceremonial weigh-in, which is the one that we're seeing right now, and to be just set for tonight's fight.
and for tonight's fight specifically, he had to get his visa first. A couple days ago, they just told him about this fight.
Yes.
So it's just amazing that he made weight. That he's been training already, but he's ready for tonight.
Ricky, he spent the whole day prior just making sure he got all his documentation, paperwork, and going through the embassy to make sure that he got the visa.
Right.
He flew that night, flew overnight, made it here on time for the weigh-in at 9 a.m. Think about this.
No.
Against
It's
all
impressive.
odds,
It's
to
impressive.
make sure that we had a main event that was saved, because it's going to be for the WBO International Junior Flyweight title, which is vacant right now.
Right.
And El Chulo Santiago was here. He had an opponent up until 2-3 days ago.
Right.
He fell through because the commutation didn't go through. He didn't get a chance to get the visa on time.
Right. That's exactly the problem with the main event. The Renel Chulo Santiago. First, he was going to go against Asael Canelilla Villar, this fighter from Panama, but he had a problem with the visa. So here comes the Peruvian.
Exactly. Right on time. So our designated hitter is ready to go. And you know what? A lot of times, maybe people might think, well, last minute call, not much of a fight. It might not be as exciting. I got news for you. When you have everything going against you, the time, the space, last minute call, guess what? Those are the most dangerous fighters.
No, yeah, of course. Of course they are.
They have absolutely nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose and a lot to win. Specifically, this guy already, Ricardo Astubilca, he already fought for a world title. So he knows exactly what is to be in big events. So it's going to be a great fight against El Chulo René Santiago.
And you know what? When we were talking yesterday, he shared with us the fact that he used to play soccer. And then one day, later in life, he decided to pick up boxing. So this was not his dream. He just decided, I got to be the owner of my own destiny. Therefore, I cannot just rely on a team and how the team is playing. That's when he decided, I want to be a boxer, because it depends on him, the effort, the type of work. And he's going to dedicate tonight's fight to his 3-year-old son, because what he's looking for, like most of us, is for a better future for his family.
Definitely. So that's going to be the main event. It's going to be René El Chulo Santiago from Puerto Rico against this guy from Peru. He just arrived yesterday, man. Yesterday morning. Amazing. Ricardo Astubilca is going to be a great fight for the main event. But in the co-main event, we have a great fight also. We have Juan Carlos Camacho from Puerto Rico fighting for the WBO NAVO flyweight title against this guy from the Philippines, a very tough fighter, Jason Smasher Mama.
Yes, and we know the kind of fighters the Philippines usually gives us. And we've talked about this, how this co-main will steal the night. And Indio Camacho sat with us yesterday. We've known him for a long time. We've actually called several of his fights. And this is a gentleman that understands the responsibility of him walking into this opportunity to go for a regional title. He's already been a contender for a world title, and he's not going to let this one slip.
If you haven't watched the interview with Juan Carlos Camacho, you have to watch it here in the podcast here in YouTube with WBO. It was very emotional interview
Yes.
with him. He talked about his struggles with drugs, his problem with alcohol, and now how he's coming back, especially because of boxing. Eh?
One of the things that we rarely talk about, parents.
Yeah,
And he made a promise that he did not want to see his mom suffer anymore. He had different stints with the law as well. So it was time for him to stop the suffering and the discomfort for his mom.
right.
And boxing is the answer for him. This is the lifestyle. He's now totally clean. He doesn't deviate from his routine. And it's so commendable.
Right. Especially when we asked him about his idol, I thought that he was going to say an idol of a former boxer from Puerto Rico, and no, he chose Johnny Mi Vida Loca Tapia.
Johnny Tapia.
Yeah,
And God knows we know Tapia.
of course.
We
Yeah.
had the opportunity to do many of his fights, and unfortunately, you've gone too soon. But the reason why that's his idol had nothing to do with boxing, like you
No,
said.
not has
It had to
nothing to
do
do with
with his
boxing.
own struggles. He identifies himself.
Right.
And he was very, when we talk about this now, one thing is to have a conversation among us, maybe with a cup of coffee, but he was so open and transparent
Super
about
open.
his
That's why I'm
personal
saying this was
struggles.
very emotional. That interview.
Yes.
It really touched him with what we were asking him, and that's why this fight tonight, the Night of Champions here at the WBO, is going to be so special for him.
Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful homecoming. Again, fighting in his own backyard in front of his friends and family. And coming from Juan Diaz is not easy.
Right.
And representing Puerto Rico that has such a long legacy of world champions. And of course, being in our show in the WBO Night of Champions is also a very honorable position to be in.
Oh, definitely. Plus, we're gonna have a big surprise for. Well, that's not gonna be a surprise. We already talked to him with the new champion, the flyweight champion for
Yes.
the WBO, Antonio, the Mexican American Antonio Olascagua. He's gonna be commenting this fight with us because the winner of this fight tonight between Juan Carlos Camacho and the Philippine guy Jason Smasher Mama, he might go for his next fight for the title.
Isn't that amazing how you get a chance to see your probable opponents to be
Yes.
fighting each other, and then you get a chance to see them firsthand
And
ringside.
commenting here, eh?
Yes. So basically, there's no reason to hide,
No.
nothing to understand, nothing to research because he's gonna have them right there, right in front of him.
That's going to be amazing. So tonight during the broadcast, the Mexican American Antonio Lascagua is going to be with us commenting this fight. The
We're
co-main
looking forward
event.
to that. But
yeah.
of course, a night of champions is not complete with our ladies being represented. In just a few seconds, we're going to have one of my favorites. We followed her since the amateurs, now the pros. Michaela Meyer is with us. And we're just going to take a quick break so we can allow our queen to walk into our little living room here in the middle of the ring. We're going to be right back with the great champion, Michaela Meyer. And we're back. This is JABS, the WBO podcast. This is the convention edition, and we're so happy you're joining us. Right behind us, we have double doors, and they're going through the whole referee seminar, the ABC's referee seminar. It's being done in English. And also, there's going to be an activity that's going to put the referees that are coming through the system in a live action situation. And that's going to be taking place in Ivan Calderon's gym that we know
in one of
very
the
well.
gyms, so they can see the action inside the ring. Yesterday we have the judges, which was really interesting how they were talking to all these judges, explaining the rules, which is very important for them.
Yeah, because I think sometimes they do forget. It's good to have the refresher course.
It's a human error sometimes.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say that. Yes, Mr. Judge. I forget you're a judge. So we're back here, and of course, we're in great company. We're so excited. Michaela, thank you for joining us. You look radiant and you look so happy because, of course, right behind her is her new belt. How does that sound?
It feels good. I mean, in my mind, I always knew I'd get the belt back. I knew I still had so much to give in the sport and still so much to learn and grow. You know, I didn't take my first boxing fight till I was 18 years old. So,
How is that old?
I mean, what? 18?
Yeah, people say, "Oh, I got in old into boxing. I was 18."
Well, I guess for the men, you know, we usually start a lot younger.
Right.
There are some women who started later, or who started very young too, but a lot of us started later in life because the opportunities just weren't there. So, again, like I always knew that I'd get this belt back because I still had so much to learn. But I think there's this stigma in boxing where maybe people love to put a timeline on my career and other fighters' careers and say when we're on our way out. But I hope that I sort of broke that narrative a little bit and showed that it's up to us, not the trolls.
So when you start boxing at 18, do you ever thought that you were going to represent the United States in the Olympics?
When I first started boxing, women were not allowed to compete in the Olympics yet, and no promoters were signing females to their roster. So I really don't know what I was thinking. I was pretty delusional at that point, and I think a lot of us had to be. We had to create the path on our own and sort of, have this dream where there was no blueprint for us. We had to create it on our own. So you had to be a little crazy. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking, but I did it. So
maybe that was the key. You were not thinking. You were feeling your way through it.
Exactly.
Because a lot of times, especially in a world like boxing that's so intense, if you think about it too much, then you become paralyzed.
Yeah, Coach Al always tells me, he's like, don't think.
Let it go.
Just go.
Let it go.
Yeah.
But think about this. Not only did she represent the U.S., then you did to jump into professional boxing.
Yeah.
And you are part of that generation that has established a completely different world for women in boxing. Remember back in the day, it was the Mia St. Johns, it was the Christy Martins of the world, the Layla Ali's. And boxing doesn't change much.
Yeah.
But the path, the scene, the probabilities are completely different today.
Yeah, and there was like a whole decade where there was no women's boxing, like after Layla Ali, after Mia St. John and Christy Martin and all these great names that people, their household names, but there was nothing for 10 years. And I think the biggest factor in that changing was them allowing women to compete in the Olympics. And that gave us the platform to gain that experience and get the exposure. And this is the first generation of women who can cross over into the pros and say, I'm a world champion, I'm an Olympian, I'm an Olympic gold medalist. So it's definitely, we're a pioneer in our own way, for sure.
Last September, that's exactly when you won that title, the welterweight title, the female welterweight title. Talk us about the fight against Sandy, the fight that you had.
Yeah, I wanted that fight. I pushed to make that fight happen, and props to Top Rank. I mean, they've taken such good care of me over the last, it's been 6 years now. So they got that fight done, and I did what I had to do. It was a great fight. And the most important thing for me is, I love the belts, but it's more so about putting on the fights that the fans want to see, and the most challenging fights, testing myself so that I know when I hang up the gloves that I've tested myself against the best possible fighters and I can call myself a great fighter. So I think that was one of the fights that the fans really appreciated, and who knows, maybe they'll get to see it again.
Yeah. Well, I remember I had the opportunity and the honor to be there in London when you had your fight against Alicia. A very hard fought fight. I remember your face when the result was called out.
Yeah.
And a lot of people think, well, we're done. Like you were mentioning, maybe I was coming to the end of my career, yada, yada. But I'm sure what I saw later was very much of a result of, sharpening that iron that you have within you after the Alicia fight.
Yeah, that might have been a blessing in disguise, because if I would have stayed at 130, I probably wouldn't have continued to develop. Most people move up in their career, and I didn't. I stayed at 130 my entire career since I was a teenager. So I think that moving up to 147, letting my body fill out, all my little tweaks and injuries went away from not having to cut weight. I felt stronger. And it really, I think, elongated my career. So I'm here for it. Everything, the stars always align eventually. It took me a couple of years to figure out what the meaning of that was. Why did that happen? But I'm okay. I'm content with it all now, and I feel like I'm in a good place. So
It was a very awkward situation because the fight was on, then it was pulled back due to the Majesty's death, and then you guys are like in limbo.
Yeah.
So how did you hone yourself back into focusing after all those highs and lows?
I didn't know what else to do. I mean, I think like most boxers, like this is our therapy. This is what we do to keep ourselves sane. So I really had no choice. Either I was going to like jump off a cliff or I was going to get back in the gym and just keep showing up until, my another opportunity came. Like I really had no choice, like survival at that time.
You're talking about injuries, but basically that's the nature of the sport. See, what kind of injuries you had?
I've been dealing with stuff in this shoulder for a long time. Just shots and trying to keep little tears and stuff out, which I think most of us have, like labrum tears in our shoulders. But I've dealt with that pretty harshly in the last year of my being at lightweight. The last 2 years probably of me being at lightweight. So I was nervous about it at first, but I realized the second I started going up in weight and I stopped cutting the weight, it really helped. And now I don't have any more pain in it at all. It's gone. I still get the PRP just in case. It's just natural.
Right.
It doesn't damage anything in your joints or ligaments. So just to stay healthy, but I'm feeling good now.
Parejita, because as a matter of fact, during yesterday's seminar, we had a chance to have the whole nutrition, cut weight, the metabolic effects of cutting weight.
Yeah.
And for those that might not know this, those that do will understand what I'm saying. For those that don't, we're sharing this with you. When you're cutting weight, you're also cutting muscle.
Yeah, you
are. And the detriment is not for that fight. It stays with you.
Yeah.
And the recovery period gets longer and longer.
And you're doing all that work and you're not really reaping the benefits of the hard work because you're not refueling yourself with the proper nutrition. You're not able to put on that muscle. So I definitely started to feel that. And I really wanted to see where my body could take me once I let it fill out and let it be healthy and let it be natural and put on some muscle, which, it's hard to do when you're cutting that much weight. I was pretty big for a lightweight.
Are you still living in Colorado Springs?
So I left Colorado Springs and moved to Vegas a couple of years ago.
Oh, okay.
Colorado Springs got a little slow for me. I'm only fighting 2-3 times a year now, so I wanted to make sure that I was surrounded by, fighters and trainers year round so that I can stay in shape and stay ready for what I was coming next. So I'm living in Vegas.
Oh,
so it's a lot better, especially for sparring, right?
Yeah, there's just so much more going on there, so I'm just able to stay busy. And I was living on a mountain in Colorado by myself, so I'm like, I gotta get out of here.
And you're so young. It's tough. It's gotta be tough. And we were talking about the fighters that are going to be fighting this evening, and they were saying how boxing. We've always talked about how boxing is a very jealous girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Boxing does not allow you to do anything else because this is not a hobby. This is a lifestyle.
Yeah.
And you taking on boxing at such a young age when your classmates graduating from high school, they were looking at partying, what 18-year-old young women do. How did you walk away from that?
Well, I started pretty young. I feel like with the kind of going out and being in the scene, my dad raised us, but he wasn't home a lot. He was out working. So I never really had any guidance. I was just, not going to school, going and doing whatever I wanted. And there was just a point where I was like, I want to be successful. I just want to be good at something. And so I just cut it all out. I don't know. I'm such an extremist.
Cold turkey?
I lost all my friends. I just wanted to get up and go to the gym every day. I wouldn't go out on Friday nights so I can get up and run on Saturdays.
Wow.
And
Impressive.
I thought I started late, but in hindsight, I look back now at like girls that are like 17 years old, and I'm like, they're just starting to get in the scene and have fun and be teenagers. And I was like, okay, I really reeled it in at a young age. And thank God that's what you have to do. But yeah.
And you're not only a great boxer, but you're a great dancer. I saw a video of you. Yeah, have you seen? You haven't
Wait,
seen
did
it?
you see me last night, or did you see
I
me?
saw the
on
video. I saw the
internet?
video. I was already in bed.
No,
I was so tired.
it was way past our bedtime.
But
Yeah.
wait, Panita. You have to you have to see the video.
Oh, now we're gonna have to find
yeah,
it and
Michaela
share.
dancing with Terrence Crawford. Eh?
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
I saw the video.
He
Yes.
dragged me onto the dance floor.
Yeah.
So
Hey, but a self-respected fighter needs to have footwork. You were just exercising your footwork.
it was one of those choreographed things. That wasn't my thing. But throw on some Britney Spears and I got you.
There you go. Is she your favorite performer?
Yeah, I've been a Britney Spears fan since I've been to like 3 of her concerts. Come on, you know this. I walked out of Spice Girls. I love all the 90s pop.
That's right.
Okay, fair. So are you still a fan of her now?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
I still
really?
blast her, yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
See, my daughter doesn't even know Britney Spears.
No?
Oh,
No,
God.
but she's 19. Well,
Yeah.
she knows, but you know,
Before her, she knows the Britney Spears now, which is
yeah,
a little different.
it's a
Like
different.
the crazy version.
Is she really? Now, when we're talking about progression, as right now they're doing, like I said, the ABC's referee seminar, we're actually sharing video, being part of this transparency
Yes.
object of our WBO convention
WBO.
to make sure that everybody knows what's going on behind the doors that are never closed. It's not behind closed doors. Everything is open here.
So I think that's really important, especially because the president of the other organizations, Mauricio Suleiman, Gilberto Mendoza, Daryl Peoples, they're all going to be here. Eh?
They're going to be participating on this event, and it just facilitates to establish and maintain those relationships, and obviously opens doors for unifications and
Yeah.
those great opportunities that have been.
that's why I brought my manager. I'm like, do your mingling, get it done.
So so now that the reason why I bring this up is because what are we trying to get done?
Well, you know me, I always want the biggest, best fights possible. So obviously we've looked at the other champions. Boxer has them all right now. I know he's trying to get them matched up. He has the other 3 champions in the weight class. I know he wants to match them all, but he can't match 3 at a time. So I know one's available, but it's got to be the right deal. I just got my ass back to, can I say that? To America, to fight in America. But I would ideally like to stick it out in America for a little longer versus going back to the UK, which I love doing, but it's rough. You're in other people's backyards, and I did that for 2 years. So I don't know. We'll have to see. But I would also love the winner of Katie Taylor versus Amanda Serrano.
Oh,
I know I'm
nice.
not welterweight now, but for those two, and I have a lot of respect for both of them, I'd be willing to cut down to 140. So
Oh, really?
that would be an amazing fight, whether they
That would
wanted to
be.
come up and challenge themselves in another division or if they wanted me to come down. But they've always been on my hit list, and out of respect, they've been on my hit list. Only people I respect to an extent as fighters are on my hit list. So I would love to get that done. If they're
So you're going to be
interested.
watching that fight November 15th, right?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
be
November
there.
15th.
I'll be there. So
You're going to be there.
Yeah.
Nice.
And the one thing that people have not talked about is Michaela is a great commentator. I've heard you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very proud, and shout out to
you.
Christina. She's awesome.
Yeah, she definitely helped guide me so much, and learning the ropes. It was nerve-wracking at first, but I just sort of went back to what Coach Al would drill into me year after year, and he'd have me study tape and watch certain things, and I just applied that when I was kind of calling the strategy and seeing what was working and what wasn't. And then I got hired by NBC to work the Olympics, which was pretty amazing. So I'll probably continue to do that, and who knows, after I hang up the gloves.
Not bad.
Yeah.
Welcome to our club.
I know.
So so you said that it was nerve-wracking, and I know I've seen you behind those curtains right before you do the walkout.
Yeah.
I've seen you in that situation a couple of times. So how do you compare those two positions right before they're going 4, 3, 2, or the go?
I think the first time after I did it, I'd be like, oh my God, I'd so much rather have just fought a whole 10-round fight just now than do that. Because I put a lot of pressure on myself. I wanted to be good. And sometimes you have to get in the rhythm because sometimes there's nothing really going on. And you have to just find something to talk about. And that's why I say I never get offended now when I hear people commentating my fights. Like if they're saying or judging or critiquing me in any way, I'm like, sometimes they just got to say something. They have to create the entertainment and keep the conversation going. So it is what it is.
So it's
That's the key. Create entertainment.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
Exactly.
because that's what we do.
Yeah,
Both
exactly.
inside and outside the ring. We're here to entertain our audience. And
Yeah.
God knows it gets a little bit more difficult every time.
So I don't take it personal now when I hear Bradley say something mean about me.
Oh,
That's good. That's good.
Come on,
I
shout
love
out to
Timothy Bradley.
Timmy.
I love him. He's one of my favorites. So I'm kidding.
But it's amazing because that transition, we've had this conversation many times, to go from being the subject
Yeah.
of our commentating to all of a sudden be on the other side of the ring.
Yeah.
It's a very tough transition.
It is.
Or like when I'm commentating or calling one of my friends' fights, I'm like, oh, I hope they didn't watch mine. I hope they didn't watch me and Christina's. I hope they watched the ESPN one. Because it's not like I was trying to be offensive, but I have to call what I see in the moment, you know?
And do you has any of your
No,
friends
no
or
one's-
fighters
no
come up
one's-
to you and said, "Mika, why did you say that?"
No one's gotten mad at me yet. No.
Yet.
Yet.
It's okay.
Well, yeah,
No, I
because
don't
you're
think
trying to be
so.
objective, right?
Yeah.
Watching the fight and commenting the fight.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so-
So
But it's always good to see you. It's
Thank
very,
you.
very refreshing to hear you.
Thank you,
So
I
I
appreciate
cannot make enough emphasis on the fact that this generation is completely different, and it's up to ladies like you to not only represent inside the ring but outside the ring.
Yep.
The future is in your hands.
Yeah. I mean, the women have it rough. We have to be the full package. You know, it's like not necessarily good enough yet to be just a good fighter. So hopefully that'll change eventually. But right now, us girls still got to hustle.
Yes, we do.
One last thing, Michele, if you can give an advice to little girls who are watching this, listening to this podcast or watching the YouTube channel, what kind of advice you can give them if they want to be boxers?
This has always been my advice, and it's not easy. It's probably the hardest thing you could possibly do in your career is put together the best possible team. People you can trust. And this includes a boxing coach, you know, your strength coach, a manager, and just surround yourself with people that are going to help guide you and, you know, not screw you over. I mean, this can be a tough business. And I'm very grateful. I've been with my same team for my entire career, minus a little hiccup that happened that you saw during the Sandy fight. But for the most part, Coach Al has always been my corner. My manager has been my manager since I started. So before, you know, since 2011. So, and I think that's really helped me be successful. You've got to have people that you trust and who are going to fight hard for you, because there's not a lot of money in the beginning, you know,
Right.
and so they got to put work in. It's an investment.
That's true.
Well, we're so happy that you joined us.
Thank you very
Best of
much,
luck.
yeah.
And before you go, ballpark, when do you want to be back? So we can keep an eye out.
We're looking at January, February, probably February, March at the latest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to seeing you back
Yeah.
in the ring. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're
Thank
going to
you very
get
much.
ready. We're going to have a quick event. And of course, we're going to have great guests with us. You guys don't go away. We're going to go for a short break and we'll be right back. Y estamos de regreso aquí en el podcast JABS, la convención, porque estamos en la edición número 37 de la convención de la OMB y les prometimos invitados especiales y estamos con el recién coronado campeón Oscar Collazo. Gracias por estar con nosotros.
Gracias a ustedes por estar aquí con nosotros, aquí en Puerto Rico.
Próximamente vas a estar defendiendo tu título allá en Arabia Saudita, el 16 de noviembre, ¿correcto?
Sí, vamos a estar allá unificando títulos. Sí, vamos a estar allá en un lugar que nunca he tocado allá. Va a ser la primera vez.
Y tuvimos la oportunidad de ver la conferencia de prensa y fue impresionante la atención que recibieron. Y obviamente, imagínate el peso que estabas en Los Ángeles, literalmente donde todo el mercado es mexicano. Sin embargo, cuando anunciaron tu nombre, todo el mundo te ovacionó. ¿Qué se siente?
No, se siente bien que el peso mínimo se está dejando ver ahora y creo que yo soy la excepción de eso y porque nos gustaría que la gente nos viera un poquito más, pues así como pelean los heavyweight, así pelean los 140, 47, así pelean igualmente los 105 libras y creo que el 16 de noviembre vamos a ponernos en el mapa otra vez.
¿Vas en contra del tailandés?
CP,
¿Sí?
digamos CP.
CP, sí, porque dime su nombre rápido 3 veces.
CP, Knockout, Freshmar y Tamanun.
No, pero eres un, de verdad, un duro porque ese nombre es imposible. Tan es así que aquí nota bien nosotros tras bambalinas. ¿Y cómo le vamos a decir?
No, yo lo tengo tan estudiado que yo me sé el nombre. Yo ya, no me entiendes, tengo que aprendérmelo.
Pues ahora que ya lo estudiaste, ya sabes qué tiene, qué necesitas tú hacer, qué le has visto a él que puedas tú utilizar.
No, es un gran campeón, o sea, es más longevity que lleva el de ser campeón desde el 2016. Un boxeador fuerte, o sea, bien explosivo. Es cuestión de nosotros ir con una buena técnica, una buena defensa que ya lo tenemos. Es cuestión de perfeccionarlo y ya tenemos la condición, tenemos todo al 100%. Es cuestión de hacerlo mostrar ese día.
Estás defendiendo tu título allá en Arabia Saudita. ¿Qué significa estar representando a Puerto Rico? ¿Sí?
No, ser el primer puertorriqueño, ir allá a Arabia Saudita, tener esa oportunidad que nos dio Golden Boy Promotion, y igual que Miguel Cotto Promotion, de hacer ese salto, hacer historia nuevamente. Desde el 1999 no se unifica título aquí en Puerto Rico. El último fue Tito Trinidad contra Oscar de la Hoya y tenemos esa oportunidad nuevamente de hacer historia como lo hicimos, que cogimos el título más rápido con 7 peleas. Ahora queremos hacer historia nuevamente de unificar el título en la pelea número 11.
A mí lo que más me llena de emoción es, primero, estás haciendo historia en muchos parámetros, pero una vez más, es una compañía latina que está llevando al talento latino para lo que se llama Latino Night.
Latino Night.
That's huge.
Sí.
You're representing a very important demographic que le encanta el boxeo, que sabe boxeo, en un país que apenas está haciendo historia.
Sí, sí.
So, what does it mean to you, besides la parte de boxeo?
Para mí es bien importante, es un orgullo estar junto a tantos latinos grandes, ser parte de esa cartera tan histórica y ser un peso mínimo, que mucha gente no está dando ese valor que nos merecemos, tanto monetario como la gente puede hablar, la gente lo puede ver, y estamos haciendo esa diferencia, y esa es la oportunidad que tenemos nosotros en una plataforma grande, la meca del boxeo que ahora se está dando allá en Arabia Saudita, y tenemos esa oportunidad y me siento bien orgulloso de estar en esa cartelera.
Pero, a ver, tenemos al Zurdo Ramírez,
correcto,
tenemos a Oscar, estamos llevando la crema nata de lo que es el talento nuestro, y para mí, personalmente, es un honor, obviamente, tener a los dos países más fuertes, México y Puerto Rico, representado en Riyadh.
En Arabia Saudita, especialmente porque Golden Boy Promotion hizo un esfuerzo bastante grande para llevar esta cartelera ya, ser parte de la temporada de Riyadh, que no es fácil, y para hacer la noche latina es sumamente importante para todos los boxeadores que van a estar representando allá.
No, y en una plataforma grande de DAZN que va a serle gratis, ¿sabes? La gente va a serle gratis, que para que todo el mundo tenga esa oportunidad de verlo y una buena hora, ¿sabes? Va a ser por la tarde acá en Puerto Rico, y creo que esa es la oportunidad grande de la gente ver una gran cartelera llena de latinos.
Eso es otra cosa, que cuando estamos todavía como en río revuelto, dar esa clase de talento de gratis, porque no es pago por evento, y una difusión tanto por cable como por streaming, como por televisión abierta.
Sí.
Creo que estamos haciendo historia por todo lado.
Claro, claro, y estamos ahí. Yo estoy desde el comienzo haciendo historia en el boxeo y todavía estamos encaminados a hacer eso.
Correcto. Tú naciste en Newark, ¿right? ¿Correcto?
Sí, en New Jersey.
En Newark. Se acaba de dar la semana pasada precisamente comentarios bastante desagradables de lo
Sí.
que se comentó en el Madison Square Garden en el rally de Trump. Sabemos nosotros que hemos venido muchas veces a Puerto Rico, que Puerto Rico es bello, no por nada se le llama la isla del encanto, ¿sí?
Sí,
¿Qué
sí.
podrías tú decir al respecto? ¿Sí?
No lo sigo mucho, pero me di cuenta de eso porque
Sí.
estaba ya.
Claro.
Es que no hay forma que no supieras.
Sí, sonó por todos lados, pero creo que a un pueblo un país tan pequeño, hay que respetarlo,
Claro.
que hemos hecho cosas grandes, históricos, tanto en cuestión de política, de las personas, de las mujeres, de los hombres, de aquí han salido astronautas, doctores, un sinnúmero de personas en un país tan pequeño, todos los campeones que ha salido de Puerto Rico.
Claro.
Y es un comentario fuera de lugar, pero yo sé que los puertorriqueños somos buenas personas.
Nobles.
Exacto, que no cogemos eso a pecho, pero le hemos demostrado una otra vez que nos caemos, nos levantamos y por eso somos un país tan especial.
Pero hoy por hoy vamos a estar aquí. La ignorancia es atrevida. Alguien que se tome el atrevimiento de hacer un comentario de esa índole y más yo diría la segunda ciudad más importante que tiene Puerto Rico, que es New York.
Exacto, sí, que no entiendo por qué, pero a lo mejor no querían hacer algo de controversia, pero eso le puede ir mal.
No, definitivamente le puede ir bastante mal con todos los comentarios que se dijeron después de esto. Pero bueno, ya dejando la política fuera, ¿sí? ¿Cómo te estás preparando para este combate el próximo 16 de noviembre?
Estoy preparándome al 100%. Ha sido el mejor campamento que he tenido, pues sabemos que va a ser una pelea fuerte. Y hemos estado al 100, todo el descanso, la comida, el guanteo, todo ha ido muy bien y lo van a ver el 16 de noviembre. Vamos a poner lo que es buen IQ, buena condición, buena cantidad de golpes y lo van a ver ese día.
Lo que hemos siempre visto del boxeador boricua es que tiene esa perfecta combinación entre lo que llamamos un boxer puncher, que puede boxear o puede sentarse y fajarse.
Claro.
¿Tú cómo te consideras en ese ámbito, en esa gama?
Yo lo puedo hacer todo depende el rival que tengamos de frente. Si lo podemos dominar boxeando, lo dominamos boxeando. Si podemos dominarlo parando toe to toe con él, lo hacemos también. Tenemos podemos hacerle todo, es cuestión de cómo viene ese rival a nosotros.
Estás defendiendo tu título de la Organización Mundial de Boxeo. En estos momentos estamos en la convención precisamente aquí en San Juan. ¿Sí? ¿Qué significa para ti defender ese título? ¿Sí?
Voy para la cuarta defensa. Es algo pues, que hace tiempo no se había visto, ya que pues como estamos de campeona en Puerto Rico, a veces se van, si vienen, y ya tenemos otra vez los boxeadores boricuas subiendo, y tener esa cuarta defensa representando a mi isla, a mi país. Es un orgullo, y han visto el trabajo duro que hago diario, me dan esa oportunidad de defenderlo. Ya voy para la tercera pelea de este año, y la tercera pelea, la más importante que puedo ponerle en mi carrera ahora mismo, y es un orgullo de representar tanto a mi país y a la OMB.
Y llevar ese cetro, obviamente, y tal vez traerte el de él, ¿no?
No, lo vamos a traer.
Ah, bueno.
Lo vamos a traer.
Me encanta, ya está decidido. Pero tenemos que recordar que no hemos tenido mucha exposición al boxeador tailandés, pero tenemos un excelente ejemplo en Rongvisai. Sabemos la clase de quijada, la clase de pegada, y es tradicionalmente un boxeador complicado. ¿Cómo lo vas a hacer sencillo para ti?
Lo van a ver la inteligencia.
Dale.
La inteligencia es el factor primordial que vamos a enseñarle el 16 de noviembre, y así les va a cometer errores y nos vamos a estar bien adelante hacia él.
Te voy a pedir antes de que nos vayamos, porque ya se nos cortó el tiempo y te tienes que ir, rápidamente, que invites a todos a que nos acompañen a ver tu pelea el próximo 16 de noviembre.
No, este 16 de noviembre, todo Puerto Rico, Estados Unidos o donde quiera que estén alrededor del mundo, el 16 de noviembre vamos a hacer historia, y quiero que sean testigos de por DAZN, de gratis, el nuevo Unified Champion se va a llamar Oscar el Pupilo Collazo. Acuérdense de eso.
Amén.
Eso, señor.
For all my people around the world, Puerto Rico, whenever you are, whoever you are, you got to win this history. This 16th of November, the zone. You ready for it? The next unified champion is called Oscar Pupilo Colazo.
There you go.
Vamos,
Thank you
Oscar.
so much.
Vamos, Oscar.
Muchísimas gracias. Así se hace. We're going to go for a short break. We're going to come back because we're going to have a special exhibit right here in the middle of the ring. But we're going to have a lot more special guests and a lot more information while we're covering the 37th annual convention for the WBO. We'll be right back. Thank you, Oscar.
Thank you. Thank you.
Parejita,
Vamos,
break.
vámonos.
Hello and welcome, and we are here in Puerto Rico, San Juan de Puerto Rico, celebrating the 37th convention for the WBO. And of course, like we promised throughout the whole week, we have wonderful guests. I'm here with my friend and partner, Ricardo Celis, but we could not have a convention without the one and only Bob Arum. Bob, thank you so much for joining us. Always top rank, being a very, very much strong presence with the WBO and, of course, in boxing in general.
Yeah, well, you know, I really believe that the WBO has done a fabulous job uh, under Paco, uh, uh, advancing boxing. Uh, they're an honest organization, and it's been a pleasure of everybody at Top Rank to be doing fights under the WBO banner.
Bob, we are so thankful that you're here with us. How you feeling? How are you, first of all?
I feel great. I really feel great. You know, I mean, people look at me and they say, well, you know, you're an old man, which I am now, which is hard to believe because when I came to the first convention 37 years ago, I was a young man, right?
Were we all? We were 30 years younger, for
Yeah,
real.
exactly right.
But let's talk about precisely. You're still very strong. The company's still going strong. And we're so appreciative that you're taking time because you have fights coming up. But November is a very particular month. Huge week, with Navarrete and Oscar Valdez coming back. You have the presence of all this new talent, and you're with us.
Well, yeah, because I love boxing and I love uh, helping promote these young men. And what I've been able to do is to build a company with really top flight people that, in essence, do most of the work. Because, I mean, let's not fool each other. I mean, I'm over 90. I can't do it myself. So I got to be smart enough to take a back seat and let Todd and DeBuff and Carl Moretti and Brad Jacobs and the others take a leading role. And I can support them, and they listen to me because I've been around so long. Uh, but that's really why I'm able to do what I'm doing in boxing.
Bob, talking about next fight, the big next fight for Top Rank, Emmanuel Navarrete versus Oscar Valdez, the rematch. What can we expect of that fight?
The whole card. I mean, and I think maybe they did it on December 7th because the next day I become 93. So it's like a
93
Congratulations, yeah.
young,
Yeah.
93
Yeah.
years young.
Yeah, right. So that whole card is brilliant. I mean, really brilliant. Navarrete and Valdez is as good a fight as anybody wants to see. And then the semi-main event is equally good. The rematch with Robesy Ramirez and Espinosa, the Cuban against the Mexican.
Mhm.
I mean, that is the whole card is a salute to Hispanic boxing. I mean, almost everybody on that card is Hispanic, and whether it's Richie Torres, the the Mexican American heavyweight from California, or whatever, the card is loaded with talented young men.
One of the wonderful things that I know for a fact you've done, Top Rank has done a great job at honing talent, recognizing the talent at a very young age with Olympians like someone you just mentioned, Richard Torres, Oscar Valdez, and the list goes on and on and on. What is the key that you look for when you see this talent coming up, like the Sander Sayas, the Juanita Lopez's of the future?
Well, I look at the kid's personality and the kid's background and how we'll be able to promote him. My matchmakers, on the other hand, look at the kid's talent as a boxer. They can see that better than I can. It's like a baseball organization. That's why you have scouts who can uh, evaluate talent. I can hopefully evaluate character and marketability, but my matchmakers, whether it's Carl Moretti or Bruce Trampler or Brad Goodman, they can evaluate talent. And I rely on them completely in that regard.
But Bob, that's exactly one of the reasons why Top Rank is the best boxing promoter in the United States.
Right, because it's not a one-man gang. It's not, because if you're one man and you're making all the decisions, then you're going to make some right decisions, but you're going to make a hell of a lot of wrong ones, emotional ones. You're going to make a lot of mistakes. If you delegate authority and you rely on people who are really experts, you'll make fewer mistakes than otherwise.
Right.
And obviously, there's a lot more damage control because you have fresh eyes constantly looking checks and balances.
Absolutely correct.
So that's the wonderful thing. And when we look at a trajectory, as long as Top Rank with you at the helm, let's talk about the different relationships that you've honed. One of them, Paco, who you've known ever since he was not even part of the WBO. He was the lawyer for Benitez back in the day. So we're not going to date anybody, but it's been a couple of months.
I remember the WBO broke away from the, I guess, WBA. They all did. And they had a family that took over for the WBO. And a lot of people were complaining that they weren't doing things the right way. I know it's so old, it's so many years ago. I don't want to go into detail.
We don't need to.
Yeah.
But it wasn't really, and that's when Paco emerged and brought a new vibe to the WBO to run an honest organization without any graft, doing it the proper way. I don't want to, really like a lawyer-like way, because he was a terrific lawyer. And he and Luis Batista Salas, I mean, they're first-class people. And boxing is very fortunate that they played the role that they played. And they were able to make the WBO a first-class organization. If you talk about the WBO, you know, it's boxing. So you say, well, they shouldn't have made this guy champion or that guy champion. But nobody says that they're dishonest. Everybody has opinion as to whether they made the right decision or didn't, but everybody appreciates the honesty of the WBO. And that really is attributable to how Paco has run the organization.
Definitely, that's why it's one of the best organizations in the world.
Yeah.
Eddie Reynoso is the Oscar Valdez trainer. They said that Canelo's gonna be in that fight with Oscar Valdez versus Navarrete. Is there's a rumor that you might have a meeting with Canelo Alvarez to see if he can fight Beterbiev?
Well, it's just so people realize, Eddie Reynoso, who trains Canelo, also trains Oscar Valdez.
Mm-hmm.
And because he's been Oscar Valdez's trainer, I'm a friend of Eddie. I mean, I really have great respect for him. I've also become a friend of Canelo.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean I'm going to promote Canelo's next fight or any fight for Canelo. If it turns out that there's an opportunity and it's worthwhile for Canelo and for Top Rank, sure, I would promote him. But again, I'm not going to try to push Top Rank on them. They're not going to push Canelo on me. If there is a community of interest between the two of us, sure. But I don't want you to read anything incorrectly. I mean, Canelo has done very well in boxing financially and with his career without Top Rank. And maybe he'll continue to do that. So again, I haven't had a discussion in years with Eddie or with Canelo about a Canelo fight. Maybe I will in Phoenix in December. Maybe I won't
Right.
because they're there to support Oscar Valdez.
And we support the whole team. Of course, great boxers, they extraordinary work ethic, and we will always have little rumors. And when we're talking about rumors, obviously we're here, 37th annual convention, and there's been a strong rumor tomorrow will be the day that everybody in the top of the WBO gets elected. And I've heard from the hallway talk that Paco might be stepping down after all these years and obviously everything he's done. Uh, People say that it's time that he not only step aside but to take a break. He's been very, very steadfast and very dedicated to this organization. What are your thoughts on that?
Unlike these other organizations, where the only time there's a change is when they die, the WBO is different, and Paco has done a tremendous job. And if, as the rumor has it, he's going to step down, he'll always be around, and I'm sure that his successor will do a tremendous job going forward.
And
Definitely.
on that same line, since we this is such a tight knit family, we always talk. There's a few names that have been, rumbling around, but Gustavo Olivieri has been mentioned as a possible successor by
Who's
vote.
that? Who?
Gustavo Olivieri.
Yeah, a tremendous young man. I can say young man.
He's
At
young.
my age, yeah. A very, very good lawyer. Our lawyer, Jeremy Kogel, who does our legal work at Top Rank, speaks very highly of him. He would be a tremendous successor to Paco.
Definitely, yeah.
And he's been in the organization for the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
So it's a normal progression in your eyes?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's, you know, very, very down to earth, very smart. He's a lawyer, which I think is good because he's going to run the organization if Paco steps down the right way. So I think it would be a marvelous choice.
I agree.
Bob, today marks the 50th anniversary of Rumble in the Jungle, Foreman versus Muhammad Ali. See, 50 years. And you at one point were the Muhammad Ali promoter. Eh? Tell us about it. Tell us about those times
50
with
years.
Muhammad Ali.
Well, when I met Muhammad Ali, I had never seen a fight, but I had handled a case when I was a federal prosecutor, the first Patterson Liston fight, seizing the money. And Jim Brown, the great football player, introduced me to Ali. And before I knew it, I became Ali's lawyer and promoter. And I had a great ride with Ali. And both before and after the Rumble in the Jungle, I promoted virtually all of Ali's fights from 1966 until he couldn't fight again in 67. And then in 70 and going on to 74, all of his fights. And then King promoted the Rumble in the Jungle. And then I promoted a lot of fights for Ali afterward. Both Spinks fights, the fight with Richard Dunn, the Anoki thing in Japan. So Ali has meant a lot to me, both professionally and also personally. And I became very close with the family. My wife is very close with Ali's widow, Lani. And so for me, it was life-changing being involved with Muhammad Ali.
Well, the one thing that I can say, and I think I speak for both of us, but it's been life changing to be able to be part of Top Rank, see all the talent that you've brought in, see how you've supported not just boxing, but a lot of our talent, Hispanic talent, have gone through your company. So I take this opportunity to, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for giving us such wonderful moments, not just inside the ring, but outside, because your press conferences will forever be in my history books.
Well, I appreciate those words. And if Puerto Ricans, particularly those who live on the mainland, want to say thank you to me, go to the polls next week and vote for Kamala. Thank you.
Yes.
Bob, in that subject, you were mentioned a little while ago with some reporters about the comment that that comedian say on Madison Square Garden
About Puerto Rico.
about Puerto Rico. What are your thoughts?
Because it's a comment not only about Puerto Rico as an island, it's a comment about Puerto Ricans. It shows what these people think of Puerto Ricans because they're not white people. Uh, they consider Puerto Ricans garbage. Where does, I mean, this is a beautiful, beautiful island. How do you equate it with garbage unless you feel that the people who live here, with the people who come from here, are garbage? And why should people who've been called garbage support these bigots when they can support somebody who really loves them like a Kamala Harris?
Well, there
Amen.
you have it.
Yeah.
Amen. Bob, again, thank you so much. And we look forward to many more talent. Sander Sayas, Juanita Lopez, all part of the top rank family. And we cannot miss December 7th and then December 8th celebrating your birthday.
Right, you're coming?
Of
to
course.
Phoenix? Yeah.
I'm in.
We'll be there.
Yeah, it's going you have an invitation. I'll tell my wife you have an invitation to the brunch we're having the next day to celebrate my 93rd birthday.
For your birthday.
Yes.
Happy birthday, Bob.
Thank you. Happy birthday. And we're going to take a short break as we just had this fantastic guest. Don't forget, we're going to be right back with even more guests. And right now, don't go away. We'll be right back all the way from Puerto Rico, La Preciosa, La Isla del Encanto. And we're back. This is WBO, the podcast JABS, the convention edition. And like I promise every single time, we have great guests. And of course, one of my favorites, because I love to see the young talent with extraordinary work ethic. And we can do this in English and Spanish porque somos bilingües y
Así mismo es.
biculturales. Xander Sayas, thank you so much. Gracias por estar con nosotros.
No, thank you, Claudia. Gracias a ti por tenerme y es un honor estar aquí en la convención número 37, si no me equivoco, del WBO, de la OMB, ya como número 1, contendor número 1 en las 154 libras. So, súper emocionado de lo que el futuro depara.
I got goosebumps. The reason why I get so excited, me da tanta emoción, porque yo sé tu trayectoria, yo conozco de dónde vienes. Y para que tú me puedas compartir eso ahorita que estás now classified as number 1, it's a world of difference. Not even a year ago, we were still trying to figure out where we were moving.
Yes.
So tell me, having this conversation today, how does that work in your head?
Being honest it's just a dream come true, you know. Seeing my name as the number 1 contender for a world title is something that I dreamed of as a kid, and now it's finally here at 22 years of age. Obviously, the work ethic has to be there, the dedication has to be there, the hungriness has to be there, but I have it all. I'm hungry, I'm dedicated, and I'm ready to take on the world. So it's beautiful to just see that list and see my name on the top of the mountain, just right below the champions.
And it's just a hair. Es un pelo de rana calva. El coquí quedó ahí. Porque, let's go back. I remember the first time that you fought at Madison Square Garden. And I remember how huge that was.
Yes.
Now you've been there how many times?
7,
Thank
6,
you.
something like that.
Yes.
It's been a couple times that I've been to New York now.
It's
like my city now.
It is your city, because now you've also been el marcial, the marshal for the Puerto Rican Pride Parade.
Yes.
Óyeme, that's happened like this.
Yo pienso que, ¿verdad? Al principio de mi carrera siempre me decían, en un abrir y cerrar de ojos, ya vas a estar 5 años dentro de tu carrera profesional, 20, 22 peleas, y ya va a ser, ¿verdad?, tu turno para ese siguiente paso. Y yo pues no lo pensaba así al principio, 16 años, yo pues pelea tras pelea, poquito a poquito, pero ahora que lo miro ha pasado súper rápido, ha sido una trayectoria súper bonita. Me la he disfrutado desde la primera pelea hasta la última, y cada momento intento, ¿verdad?, pues darle lo mejor de mí para que así el público, mi futura, ¿verdad?, la futura persona que va a ser Xander Sayas no tenga ningún tipo de peros o de contra, no hice esto.
Pues tan es así que yo siempre tengo el gusto, estás acompañado por tu familia, tu papá, tu mamá, tu hermanita, tu novia, y verlos a ustedes crecer como familia, obviamente ahondar. This is a tough sport.
Yes.
Inside and out.
Yes.
Pero la cohesión, the cohesion that you've always had, very solid team from day one, and it's been the same trainer.
No ha cambiado.
No ha cambiado.
Así mismo,
Is that the key?
Yo pienso que esa es la clave del éxito, la lealtad, el respeto, no simplemente entre nosotros mismos, pero hacia el deporte, ¿verdad? Pues saber que estamos en el hurt business, como se le dice en inglés, el deporte del daño. Aquí nadie, dentro de este cuadrilátero, nadie es amigo tuyo, pero afuera pues tengo mi familia que puedo hablarles de mis problemas, puedo hablarles de mis cosas. Tengo a mi equipo de trabajo que siempre me ayudan, siempre me dan las mejores opciones de dentro y fuera del cuadrilátero. Yo pienso que sí, es la clave del éxito, intentar mantener el mismo círculo y un círculo cercano.
Y cuando hablamos de solo 22 años, in the grand scheme of things, 22 años.
Claro.
Yo a los 22 años no sabía ni qué estaba haciendo ni qué iba a hacer. Pero siempre he tenido la impresión that you've been very clear from a very young age as to not only what you wanted to do, but how you wanted to do it.
Yes.
How did that come about? ¿Cómo llegaste a ese aplomo? En español se dice aplomo.
Well, I remember I was 11 years old, and I had a conversation with my dad. You've met my dad before, you know.
Yes.
That's my guy. That's my right-hand man.
And your left.
Yes, he's everything. He's everything. And we had a conversation, and he told me, do I want to take this serious, or do I want to just have it as a hobby, just something that I do for fun? And he gave me a couple days, and right then and there, I told him I don't need any days. I know what I want to do. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life, and I will prepare myself to be the number one fighter in the nation and to be the number one boxer in the world when the time comes. And here we are at 22 years old. The goals has been set since I'm 11, and it's not going to change till I make it happen.
The trajectory is going to lead you right there, and your
Yes.
destiny is,
Thank
you know,
you.
you can always see it in the
Thank
in
you.
the it's right there. In
Thank
the
you.
book, it's right there.
Thank you.
Pero más allá, poniendo el boxeo a un lado, tu personalidad, your dedication at 11, nobody's dedicated at 11.
Nobody's dedicated at 11, or I shouldn't say nobody. People that don't have goals, or people that don't see themselves as better in the future, they probably don't have, or maybe the goal is to, you know, be a cop or be, which is fine. But at that age, I sat down with my dad and I had a tough conversation, you know, at that age, that it was either we continue to make it happen or we just don't. We just take it as a hobby, keep having fun with it, and we don't put as much dedication. I've been always dedicated since I'm 5 years old when I started boxing. It's been my passion. It's been my passion, and at 11, it was just an easy decision.
I remember you having a very close encounter with children that come from the foster system.
Yes.
That we had the opportunity to share, and they were highly impressed, not only because of your transparency, but how clear your message about believing in yourself, finding a goal. And in your book, at 5, at 11, at 22, you're still very much comfortable
Yes.
with the price that you had to pay.
Mhm.
I don't think you ever had birthday parties,
No,
drinking binges.
I've never drank a day in my life. There's been vacations that I wasn't able to take because I would have to do camp or I had to be getting ready for a tournament. And not just me, my whole family. My sister never had a quinceañera because Xander had to go to nationals. My family, my dad and my mother, have never taken a vacation because Xander had to go to nationals or Xander had something to do. So I just see all that dedication, not just from me, but from my entire family, my entire team, all the things that they had to put aside for me to be in this position. And I cannot throw it away now. You know, I'm too deep into this to just forget about all the hard work, all the dedication that we all put in.
It's funny because I could see there's a lot of young men and women that look at you and they go, wow, at 22, that must have been easy. Well, look at him. He's already number one. You know, there's always that troll and that hater. Yeah, but what they don't know, and they can't hate. They hate the position you're in right now, but they don't hate the work and that dedication and sacrifice.
Man, and you know, those are stories that you don't tell nobody. You keep to yourself, you keep to your family, your team, your circle, because nobody cares unless you win. So I got to continue winning, and at the end of the day, it comes down to that. I got a lot of stories that I could tell to people that they will be like, oh wow, that's what it took for you to be here, but they won't care unless I become a world champion. So I have to become a world champion first, and then I'll get those stories out.
And I'm so looking forward to having that first conversation with all the stories because I've witnessed from the outside.
Yes.
And now that I have you here, and obviously we're live right now. So you just fought in September. When are you back? And are you planning on fighting here in the La Isla?
Well, I know I'm back in the first half of the year, January, February. That's something that we would love to be back in the ring by, because obviously we got June Puerto Rican Parade.
And probably Madison Square Garden.
Probably Madison Square Garden. 2025, I think, is the year that Puerto Rico is going to have a new champion at 154 pounds. And the Puerto Rico part.
Oye, ya, tenemos que regresar.
It's not up to me at this point.
It's up to
you have the company here. You have all the bosses here. I think those are the people that you got to talk to, so we can make this happen. They know I'm in the page. They know I'm there. They know I want to be here. They've seen the love that and support that I get every time I come to the island. So now it's just a matter of when can they make it happen.
O sea, you just gave me the green light. Yo tengo a tu papá ahí. Nos vamos tú y yo. Vamos a hablar. ¿Para cuándo?
No, mi papá no es nada, no tiene nada que ver con mi equipo.
No, digo que me uno con tu papá y vamos a preguntar.
Yo siento que es una pregunta que se le tiene que hacer a los jefes de Top Rank, ¿verdad? La compañía es los que te pueden dar una mejor respuesta a esa pregunta. Es algo que me encantaría hacer. mañana, si se da la oportunidad, como bien dije, ellos han visto el cariño, ellos han visto el crecimiento que hemos tenido en la isla y ahora es cuestión de que me den esa oportunidad de venir al 100 por 35.
Y me encantaría, ¿sabes por qué? Estando en la industria, he tenido la oportunidad de ver a Benítez, a Tito, a Coto, a La Bomba González, a Collazo. Primero que el público en Puerto Rico sabe de boxeo.
Claro.
Es muy conocedor de boxeo. Y es un público leal.
Leal, así mismo
muy
es.
leal.
Así mismo es.
Y ellos, te lo digo, la gente se ha dado vuelta aquí porque tú llegaste y todo el mundo paró.
No,
porque llegó Sander.
Y es emocionante ver, ¿verdad? No simplemente personas mayores, pero personas de mi edad, personas un poco más jóvenes que yo, que se paren a tirarse foto conmigo, es algo bonito. De nuevo, vuelve a lo que te estaba hablando del crecimiento. Ellos lo han visto. Aquí estaban los jefes cuando todo el mundo se tiraba foto conmigo hoy. Pienso que lo han visto anteriormente en Nueva York. Yo sé que ellos saben que una pelea para mí en Puerto Rico es sumamente importante. No vengo desde mi tercera pelea como profesional. Yo pienso que me encantaría regresar y al público también le encantaría lo mismo.
Bueno, ya está dicho, el primer trimestre del 2025, hacer cuña.
Así
Ahora
mismo.
yo me uno a la fuerza. Sander en Puerto Rico.
Así
Sander,
mismo es.
un placer siempre
Igual.
tenerte. Muchas gracias por tu tiempo. Enhorabuena por todo lo que has logrado. Y Dios te siga bendiciendo, no solo con el éxito, porque por ese trabajas, pero por el alma tan clara y limpia que tú tienes.
Claudia, muchas gracias. De verdad que es un honor hablar contigo siempre, tener este tipo de conversaciones siempre me encanta. Y quiero darle las gracias a la OMB por traerme aquí, por invitarme a la convención una vez más y súper emocionado de lo que depara el futuro.
Amén, amén. So we're done with Sander, but we're not done with all surprises. You know, we're going to hear more about this. Maybe we'll be back sooner than what we thought. Back to Puerto Rico for good boxing.
Yes,
we're going to go for a short break and we will come back, another guest. And then don't forget, we have boxing tonight, all the way from Humacao. We'll be right back. Y ahora continuamos aquí en el podcast de JABS, precisamente en la edición de la convención, porque seguimos en la comisión número 37 del organismo OMB, la Organización Mundial de Boxeo. Y pues, como estamos en Puerto Rico con tanto talento de esta bellísima isla, no podía faltar Juanita López. Juanita, gracias por acompañarme.
Gracias
Es un gusto. Ya tuvimos una oportunidad de hablar aquí entre nosotros. Para mí fue un gusto verte entrar a los Juegos Olímpicos.
Gracias.
Entrar con ese orgullo con tu bandera boricua.
Así mismo es.
Y París no fue fácil.
No.
¿Cuál fue la lección más importante que te llevaste de esta última edición de los Juegos Olímpicos?
Mira, yo creo que la persistencia, yo creo que haber persistido tanto y haber creído tanto en mí me llevó a llegar a unas Olimpiadas, porque pues muchas veces hubo la duda de si Juanmita López tenía o no la calidad para clasificar a unos Juegos Olímpicos, de que Juanmita López era muy niño para poder pelear con los hombres en los Juegos Olímpicos, ¿verdad? Y yo demostré, ¿verdad? Yo persistí, yo creí en mí para poder llegar a esos Juegos. Yo creo que la persistencia fue la lección más grande que me pudo dar las Olimpiadas y el clasificatorio olímpico.
Y obviamente no fue una... El boxeo tiene instancias buenas, malas, claro, pero tu experiencia entrando, desde mi punto de vista como comentarista, que tuve el orgullo y el honor de hacer tu pelea, me dejó a mí, como comentarista, un mal sabor en la boca. Pero no quiero saber, ¿cómo viste tú tu pelea?
Mira, yo diría que fue un combate bien cerrado. Yo sé que Dusmatov era el número 1 del mundo y pues lo demostró, ¿verdad? Tomó la medalla de oro 2 veces, que son bien pocos los boxeadores que toman 2 medallas de oro olímpicas y campeonatos mundiales, pero yo pensé que habíamos hecho el trabajo para merecer la victoria. Yo creo que demostramos mucho nivel allí en ese combate, pero pues quedamos tranquilos. Yo sabía que al pelear con el número 1 del mundo siempre tenemos 3 rounds abajo, hay que salir a acabar, sí, hay que salir a acabar con el oponente, pues porque es el número 1 del mundo y a mí pues lamentablemente no me conocían, ¿verdad? Yo era nuevo en la categoría, ese fue mi segundo torneo como adulto, ¿verdad? Y el primero fue el clasificatorio olímpico, pero sí un poco de molestia, claro, pues uno quería llegar a la medalla. Yo sabía que al pasar esa ronda ya teníamos el torneo, no en nuestras manos, ¿verdad? Porque todos los oponentes son fuertes, son los mejores 16 peleadores del mundo, pero sí sabía que teníamos muchas posibilidades de asegurar un bronce, una plata para mi país, pero pues seguimos dándole, nosotros no nos quitamos y seguimos confiados en que tenemos el talento para hacer muchas cosas más ahora en el boxeo profesional.
Pero recordemos que lo que dijiste, ya había tenido en particular, claro, ya había tenido no solo medalla, experiencia mundial, experiencia olímpica. Lo que me lleva a una pregunta, yo sé que ya firmaste, claro, ya pasaste al profesionalismo, pero el boxeo ya permite que el boxeador profesional pueda representar a su país. Y aunque hablamos de que en la próxima Olimpiada no vaya a tener boxeo, pero digamos que sí haya boxeo en Los Ángeles, la pregunta es, ¿te interesaría volver a hacer todo el proceso?
Mira, yo creo que cuando las etapas pasan, ya pasaron. Yo siempre he dicho que mi sueño era ir a una Olimpiada y luego hacer el camino profesional, ¿verdad? Pero uno nunca sabe qué vaya a pasar en el camino, uno nunca sabe si en algún momento pues se nos da la oportunidad nuevamente de representar a mi país, pero yo creo que las etapas pasan una sola vez en la vida. Yo creo que yo aproveché al máximo la mía, intenté hacer lo mejor que pude en ese combate, no se nos dio la oportunidad de la medalla, pero yo creo que ahora quiero enfocarme más en el profesionalismo. A mí mi sueño es ser campeón del mundo. Yo me crié en el mundo profesional, ¿verdad? Por mi padre, yo realmente no me crié tanto en el aficionismo, luego pues tuve que hacer mi camino.
No habías nacido.
Exactamente, luego tuve que hacer mi camino como aficionado para en algún momento llegar a las Olimpiadas y que fue un sueño que tuve luego, ¿verdad? Luego de que empecé, pero realmente yo me crié en el profesionalismo y mi sueño siempre ha sido ser campeón del mundo.
Hablemos precisamente de ese sueño de ser campeón olímpico, campeón mundial, que obviamente nadie entra al boxeo pensando yo me voy a quedar a media tabla. Exacto. Y menos si vienes de un país que nos ha dado, un país muy pequeño, que nos ha dado tanto campeón mundial. ¿Cuánta presión sientes tú? Porque eres parte de esta nueva generación, después de una larga etapa de sequía de campeonatos para Puerto Rico. Y tú básicamente estás ya tildado para ese camino para campeonar.
Pues mira, yo creo que siempre existe la presión de uno querer demostrarle a la fanaticada de que uno está hecho, ¿verdad? A veces la fanaticada exige bastante, ¿verdad? Pero exige porque tenemos la calidad y yo creo que si tú tienes la calidad te pueden exigir para que tú demuestres. Y no hay tanta presión. Yo diría que la presión es más con mi familia, ¿verdad? Conmigo mismo, de demostrarle a mi familia que demostrarle a mi mamá que ella crió un campeón, que ella no crió un por poco, que ella crió a uno de los mejores peleadores en el mundo. Y yo diría que después que yo le cumpla a mi señora madre, yo no tendría más presión en el camino.
Cuando hablamos de larga lista de boxeadores de esta isla, hoy por hoy, ¿quién te inspira? ¿Quién miras y dices, yo quiero emular este estilo o ser como esta persona?
Claro. Pues mira, yo diría que todo boxeador boricua quiere ser como un Tito Trinidad, un Miguel Cotto, pero yo digo que Tito hay uno, Cotto hay uno y Juanma pues van a haber dos.
Sí.
pero yo diría que cada campeón tiene su propio camino, pero si hay alguien que yo miraría mucho es Miguel Ángel Cotto, ¿verdad? Pues yo crecí viendo a Miguel, no tuve la oportunidad de ver a Tito ni ver a un Gómez, pero me hubiese encantado poder verlo. Yo veo muchas peleas de Gómez y de Tito, que ellos son los top, ¿verdad? De Puerto Rico, son de los peleadores más grandes en el mundo. Pero Miguel Ángel Cotto es alguien al que yo admiro mucho.
Y yo estoy de acuerdo, también parcial, porque lo cubrí en Olímpicos también, en Sydney, y tuve el gusto también de ver esa transición de amateur a profesional. A mucha gente le cuesta, pero interesantemente al boxeador boricua, que nunca ha tenido medalla olímpica en el boxeo, interesantemente están casi entrenados desde el primer día a ser profesionales.
Sí.
¿Por qué?
Mira, yo digo que es la cultura, ¿verdad? Antes, los tiempos de antes, hay una conversación que tuve con mi entrenador olímpico, ¿verdad? Que fue Carlos Cholo Espada. Estuvimos hablando un poco de eso, que el boxeador antes, como no hay videos, no había nada, no veían oportunidad de tener un chance de una medalla olímpica en momentos anteriores. Así que yo creo que por eso es que la cultura, porque antes uno miraba una medalla olímpica y decía, eso está bien lejos, eso no se puede lograr. Pero ahora pues yo creo que un Yanquiel Rivera, un JBL Cintrón que se quedó a nada de una medalla, demostramos que sí, que Puerto Rico tiene la oportunidad. Ashley Lozada, ¿verdad? Que esa es nuestra máquina, esa es nuestra nena. Demostró que sí hay oportunidad para en algún momento llegar a una medalla olímpica, pero yo creo que por eso es que estamos un poco predispuestos a ser campeones del mundo en profesional y no en aficionados. Pero hoy en día, ahora mismo, esta mañana, Yandiel Lozano, que es un compañero, ¿verdad? Que hoy acaba de asegurar medalla de bronce para Puerto Rico en el Mundial, que yo digo, ahí se ve que sí hay más oportunidades. Yo hace 2 años lo hice, que aseguré medalla de bronce mundial, y pues yo digo, por eso es que te digo que ahora hay más oportunidades para tener una medalla olímpica y no pensar tanto en el profesionalismo.
Y sabes qué, quiero pensar que antes de que yo vaya a cerrar los ojos por el resto de mi vida, quiero ver a Puerto Rico en el podio olímpico. Ya lo hemos visto en Juegos del Caribe, en Centroamericano. Ya es hora, ¿no? ¿Tú crees que ya ese ciclo merece?
Pues mira, desde Daniel Santos pues no tenemos la medalla, ¿verdad? Daniel Santos fue la última, fue el bronce de él. Pero sí, yo digo que es como te digo, si van a haber Olimpiadas nuevamente, yo te aseguro que en esta vez vamos a tener una medalla olímpica. Lo que pasa es que pues nos tocó un ciclo difícil. Yo digo que este fue el ciclo más difícil. Los Juegos Centroamericanos, Panamericanos fueron corridos, ¿verdad? Que no tuvieron quizá oportunidad de prepararse bien los peleadores.
Por COVID y muchas circunstancias.
Sí, hubieron muchos tropiezos en el camino que no permitieron que haya más gente en el equipo olímpico. Por ejemplo, cuando hubo el COVID-19, que fue en el 2020, Ashley Lozada estaba para clasificar a las Olimpiadas, pero hubieron unas circunstancias que no le permitieron ir. Ella sí estaba en los primeros 8 del mundo, pero no se le permitió ir por diferentes razones, que estoy un poquito ajeno a eso, por eso no te puedo explicar más, pero pues ella estaba muy lista para esas Olimpiadas y lo demostró en esta, ¿verdad? Ella era más joven en aquel momento, que yo te aseguro que si hubiese ido, pues hubiese tenido una medalla olímpica, pero yo sé que en Los Ángeles 2028 si hay boxeo, vamos a tener medallas olímpicas.
Pues crucemos los dedos. La última pregunta antes de dejarte ir. Haces la transferencia al profesionalismo y te firma Top Rank.
Claro.
¿Qué se siente? No te habías bajado ni siquiera del ring y ya sabíamos que te estaban mirando y te tenían obviamente listo.
Pues yo siempre soñé en algún momento estar con Top Rank, y ellos son, en Puerto Rico todo el mundo dice quiero firmar con Top Rank, y yo tuve la oportunidad. Para mí fue bien grande, para mí fue yo siempre lo hablo y siempre digo, yo le prometo muchas cosas a mi mamá. Yo le prometí que me iba a hacer olímpico, le prometí que iba a ser campeón nacional, le prometí que iba a traerle medallas mundiales, y le prometí que iba a firmar con una compañía grande, y siempre yo le dije que yo quería Top Rank. Para mí fue cumplir el sueño, para mí fue bien, me cambió la vida nuevamente, me cambió la vida, porque pues yo yo los vi desde pequeño. Yo lo primero que vi fue Top Rank. Yo
Viste
veía,
aquí,
yo veía parchos de Top Rank en toda mi casa. Siempre veía Top Rank para aquí, Top Rank para allá.
desde el vaso de jugo hasta el
Todo
mug,
el
todo.
tiempo. Y siempre tuve camisas de Top Rank, siempre tuve parcho. Para mí, yo era muy fanático de la compañía en sí, no, quizás no tanto de los boxeadores, porque me refiero a la compañía, el branding de ellos para mí era bien grande, y que me firmaran ahora es un sueño hecho realidad.
Y antes de irte, entraste y los medios de comunicación, prensa, digital, todo encima de ti.
Claro.
¿Eso cómo se siente?
Pues mira, yo tengo un manejador que también es relacionista público, es Salvador Morales, y él hace un trabajo excelente. Él me mercadeó por todos lados, ¿verdad? Supo hacer el trabajo para que hoy en día pues tengamos la oportunidad de que me conozcan, y para mí es bien bonito ver que el país me respalde, ¿verdad? Ver que el mundo entero sepa un poquito de un nene de 18 años que está por ahí en Puerto Rico, ¿verdad? Que se pasa por ahí entrenando y tirando puños, ¿verdad? Para mí es bien grande y es bien bonito. Es algo nuevo y lo estamos aceptando poco a poco, ¿verdad? Porque es sorprendente, pero es bonito. Yo creo que es más que nada eso, aceptar las cosas con claridad, ¿verdad? No creerme que soy el rey del mundo en el momento, pues, ir aceptando las cosas poco a poco, pero sí, es una experiencia bien bonita.
Para mí la mejor frase, yo soy boricua,
Para que tú lo sepas. Así mismo
es. Juanita, mil gracias.
Mil gracias a ti.
Otra vez un honor.
Igualmente.
Muchísimas gracias por darnos tu tiempo. Enhorabuena por
Gracias.
todos los éxitos. Y como digo siempre, de aquí el límite, el cielo.
Así mismo es.
Y con esto llegamos al final de este segmento. Vamos a continuar aquí para cerrar la velada antes de irnos a la pelea de esta noche. Pero como siempre, deseándole lo mejor al futuro campeón. Otro campeón para Puerto Rico. Muchas
Amén,
gracias. Regresamos con más. Gracias, Juanita. And we're back. Estamos de regreso en JABS, el podcast del WBO. Y como siempre, Ricardo Celis, mi compañero, hoy hemos tenido, we've had a great day today.
Great day. Realmente un día muy, muy bueno. Tuvimos grandes entrevistas. Oscar Collazo se ve impresionante. Tiene su próxima pelea este 16 de noviembre. Pelea que tú vas a estar haciendo, parejita,
Amén.
allá en Arabia Saudita, en The Zone.
Sí, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
¿Tu primera vez en Arabia Saudita?
No, ya he estado un par de veces.
Ok, no es tu primera vez. En Arabia Saudita.
Ah, ok.
Arabia Saudita.
Tampoco. Pero la verdad de las cosas es que one of the things that I do look forward to, lo que me emociona es Latino Night en Riyadh.
Yeah.
No es que estamos yendo a traer fulanito menganito, estamos trayendo the best of the best de nuestra gente, de nuestra herencia, de nuestra cultura, a representar el boxeo hispano.
Es una de las importancias por las cuales Turkey Al-Sheikh está poniendo tanta inversión en el dinero. ¿Sí? Acaba de hacer una inversión muy grande con Golden Ball Promotions. Está también trabajando precisamente con Eric Hearn de Mushroom Boxing, con Frank Warren de Queensberry Promotions, con Bob Arum. O sea, él está trabajando con todos los promotores y así es como debe de ser.
Porque estamos facilitando las peleas de los mejores contra los mejores. And that's what we've always wanted, the
Correct.
best against the best.
Correct.
And today we had one of the best shows. I mean, we always have great shows. Siempre tenemos algo bueno. Pero el día de hoy, de verdad, es de esos días que uno dice, parejita, mira con quién hablamos. We had Michaela Meyer, we had Collazo, then we had Juanita López, Sander Sayas, and Bob Arum.
And Bob Arum. That interview with Bob Arum, la entrevista que tuvimos con el señor Bob Arum, el hombre de las promociones de boxeo. What a great interview. ¿Sí? Realmente fue una excelente entrevista. Todo lo que habla Bob Arum, o sea, y cuando habla Bob Arum, Claudia, tú y yo lo sabemos, hay que escucharlo, porque lo que él dice es impresionante. ¿Sí?
Y sabes qué? One of the things that blows my mind is he's been around for 60 years. Él ha estado en la industria por 60 años. Nunca ha dejado de ser vigente. He has never been out of the picture.
Right.
He's always front and center. Y no solo eso, siempre imparte conocimiento, comparte sus experiencias para que otros crezcan como él. So that is not only admirable, it's humbling, because when you've been around for that long, you must be doing something right.
And it was really incredible that he's doing this promotion, this great event in Phoenix, Arizona, December 7th. Emanuel Navarrete versus Oscar Valdez, el Divino Espinosa, Robesi en contra de Robesi Ramírez. The next day is his birthday, 93rd birthday, Claudia. 93 años para Bob Arum, cumple el 8 de diciembre.
I'm speechless.
Yeah.
Speechless. And you know what? Again, we go back to doing things right in a business that things could go wrong very quickly. And he has always been, like I said, an innovator, pushing forward the sport. And we've witnessed the way he hones the talent from Olympics, amateur world, to the pros, to legends.
Right.
Again, it's easier said than done, and he does it consistently.
Consistently, y lo ha hecho por tantos años. Habló de Muhammad Ali, habló de Rumble in the Jungle, a pesar de que él no fue el promotor de esa pelea, de esa función, pero él tuvo tantas carteleras con Muhammad Ali, y el cual lo estaba hablando. Si no la ha podido ver, realmente vaya a ver la entrevista que hicimos el día de hoy con Bob Arum. What a great interview.
Excelente la entrevista. Y otra cosa, recordemos la relación que él ha tenido con Paco Valcárcel, que ha sido obviamente our president in the WBO. Paco Valcárcel has had more than 30 years a relationship with Bob Arum, and he can testify to the fact that Paco has been one of that group of people that have made boxing what it is today.
Correct.
With the different laws, with the different support for fighters, for organizations, for other smaller promoters, for regionals, to be able to hone the talent, to bring them to the States and make them big. Y esa es una de las claves. Cuando tú tienes una amistad de más de 30 años con alguien como Paco Valcárcel, que recordamos en esa época era el abogado de los boxeadores. Correcto. Aquí en Puerto Rico, y después es cuando se forma parte de la OMB. Siempre buscando claridad y transparencia.
Y eso es importante porque algo que comentó Bob Arum es como la Organización Mundial de Boxeo, WBO, trata de hacer las cosas bien. trata de hacer las cosas con claridad, exactamente. Trata de no hacer ese tejemaneje que se sabe y que se ha hecho en otras organizaciones. Muy importante lo que comentaba precisamente Bob Arum.
Y me llena el alma de alegría porque el deporte ha sido golpeado, escupido, mal visto,
Sí.
y es un esfuerzo en común para volver a exaltar. Olvidémonos de las políticas, exaltar al deportista, que al final, como lo dijo Bob, esa es la persona que está haciendo que todo ocurra, que esta industria crezca, es el boxeador.
Claro, y precisamente es una de las cosas que comentaba Bob Arum, que en ese entonces, en la década de los 70, todos se enfrentaban a todos, los mejores boxeadores en contra de los mejores boxeadores. Se dejó de pasar eso mucho. En los últimos años, las promotoras, los organismos, los mismos boxeadores tratan de buscar peleas más fáciles para poder sobresalir y ganar más dinero. Anteriormente no era así, pero vemos lo que está haciendo Bob Arum realmente, con Top Rank, lo sigue haciendo. Esas peleas que de Robéis y Ramírez en contra de el Divino Espinosa, durísimas. ¿Sí? Emanuel Navarrete contra Oscar Valdés, durísimas, que no sabes para dónde se va a ir la balanza. ¿Sí?
Así que tenemos que estar pendientes. Una velada más en ESPN por medio de Top Rank, y nosotros tenemos una velada. Antes de despedirnos, queremos invitarlos que nos acompañen. Vamos a estar en ESPN, una velada boxística también. Oye, la estelar con cambio de oponente de última hora, pero para mí ese gallo tapado que viene desde Perú, me tiene, oye, los pelos de punta.
Va a ser interesante ver esta cartelera precisamente hoy en ESPN. Ahí va a estar Renato Bermúdez, está Chava también, van a estar narrando en español. Me toca narrar en inglés con mi parejita Claudia Trejos. Interesante desde Humacao, Puerto Rico.
Efectivamente, así que la cita es con nosotros a partir de las 8 de la noche. Nosotros hoy cerramos el podcast porque en momentos tenemos que salir hasta Humacao, donde los esperamos, es su casa. Mientras tanto, mañana día crucial para toda esta convención.
Sí.
Mañana se va a elegir a las cabezas principales del organismo y obviamente vamos a también hablar con Russell Mora, vamos a hablar de lo que son los referees, vamos a hablar de los nuevos cambios que están haciendo para los jueces con Steve Weinsfeld o lo que nos espera en el 2025.
Que se vienen grandes cosas en el mundo del boxeo, pero el día de mañana va a ser muy importante, un día muy importante en la Organización Mundial de Boxeo. Eso se lo vamos a tener el día de mañana precisamente aquí en JABS, en el podcast.
Efectivamente, la edición de la convención. Por ahora, en nombre de todo nuestro equipo de producción, obviamente en nombre del parejita y Claudia Trejos, nos despedimos, nos vemos mañana. No, mentira, más tarde.
Más tarde.
Más tarde.